So there's one Equinox that been stalking me right now. Here's a whole new the Equinox trying to core NER me, huh? So this is how they say it's justice to make me throw my dog in the garbage. They have a basketball goal on top of a silver Honda Accord. So I think the silver Honda Accord just means that it silver snitches on the internet. So now Equinoxes is like haunting me everywhere. Guy had an Equinox too. His was metallic blue. So way back in the early 2000s, my brother Jamie had this house right here, just down the street from my mom. So they made their house with lights at night that are bright. The color my mom's house used to be when we bought it. This place used to be a car repair shop before my Equinox broke down. Now they're like kitchen countertop stuff. I don't even know why I said the word cable. Cables for people in hospitals. So we gotta dodge those two lights that are up there at night. All of a sudden cars come around the corner when I cut off my camera. Try to not walk behind this liquor store or near it at all. And I don't have anything to do with Metro by T-Mobile, Subway, or none of that. Equinox is all day long. So I know a Royal Blue Evoque owns that Vietnamese pho restaurant over there. And I don't eat the Mexican food because it kind of like drugs me. It makes me spend where I'm broke by the end of the week. Okay, so I hate looking for cars and stuff because it makes me feel old enough to be taunted. And I think they had already moved that Tesla out of the way. But I just want to have one more look because it said dual motor. It didn't say like all-wheel drive, but if it does have all-wheel drive and long range on it, I don't know if I like want them to have like my credit information. I feel like this neighborhood has seen me for a little while too long, not really do anything but camp, and I don't know if I'm allowed to snitch, like how I get put to square one again. But look, 30,000, a 2018 could be 16,000, but if it's an all-wheel drive, which I can't seem to figure that information out. Like, dual motor ain't really gonna help. Like, how am I supposed to know it's an all-wheel drive, y'all? Like, as far as I'm concerned, it's a Model 3 2021. I gotta do some research on it real quick, because I'm sure, like, if people ain't gonna buy this because somebody in the neighborhood wants it, I could have this thing by January. From here in this lot, probably March. I don't know. 30,000. That's let me just ask with the quickness to get there over with. So I don't know if my internet taking too long, and it's Saturday, but they look closed, and then they moved the car. So I think every little move they make, they're just making sure that if I don't want to go to Hard Spring, they could pull off the craziest Illuminati chokehold in history. So I'm just gonna show y'all that I don't have a bunch of keys in my coat. Just many, because they use the rev to snitch. People can't snitch what a Range Rover is. That's how lucky I think revs are. But yeah, if they ain't doing me dirty, come buy their cars and leave me the Tesla. Next stop, I like Moneytown because this was where I bought my first clean, brand new, used, it was prestige, barely used, Ruger LCP. That was like a 380. And I got caught up for something in Wichita lets you WAP your cases, and if they're like your first and only offense, hi. But I went and pawned my gun, tried to get it back, and it was like I couldn't do it after that. So I'm browsing, maybe looking at your audio gear, your game gear, and your bicycle. I've been looking for a tricycle, like a with a basket and everything on there for an adult, though. Yeah, and then like a bike with a motor. I'm like finally ready to get something like that. And then maybe an iPad 13 inch Air, like over here, would be great. But that's all. Yeah, look at this Italian syrup over here. I bet you they got Italian cream soda, but a nigga ain't trying. Okay. So my mom's gonna let me do this camping thing in the backyard, and so these might be really cool to use. I said last year was a complete flop. Like people in life are given one chance, and the way I blew mine was like, can't do that when you don't have anybody to fall on. So I think this year I could save up 8 grand the way I'm living, and I really want to buy the Tesla from the lot I bought that 2017 Chevy Cruze from, because that was when I worked at Domino's back in 2019. Mind you, this coat is none of that. This is just a whole nother coat my mom bought off of a magazine or something. But she let me put 2 grand in cash in 2 weeks. I still drove the car off the lot when I traded in that 2010 Cobalt. See, when the pandemic started, I was driving a red 2010 Chevy Cobalt working at Circle K with red logo. So I really think that I made it because it was when I really knew what gas was. And so if I'm been painting the picture there, those revs think they be getting away with something. And, I like that. Oh, I like there. Okay, is that even Bluetooth? Yes. Oh no, I likes that, but I don't know if you can mix sound off with it, but hold up. Like, so I had ate some baked chicken and potatoes and stuff from my mom, and then that kind of what set me sail with the Uber Hertz rental. So, yep, they whack boys with that rev. Thank God the street lights ain't on right now. It's daytime. You know what's so funny? They think they gonna change the hue. Roxanne, y'all. I think they're gonna try to use my memory against me, and if I don't, remember most of the stuff that happened to me, then how would I know I didn't molest my nephew or a boy? Look, there go another Equinox. There's the Caribou deer, and then there's an older Corolla that's gonna taunt me about. So I was gonna do some research on the Tesla with the VIN number, and I decided, why should I pay $1 to that report? Because I'm gonna get paper trail on that. I don't even know if I can buy it yet. Like, I need it to be all-wheel drive and long range, and so far dual motor means all-wheel drive. I don't believe that, but it says one wheel in the front, one wheel in the back, both at an angle. So one could be on the left top and one could be on the back right, which makes that an all-wheel drive. Then I was like, I got along with the Atlanta, Georgia, Chevy Bolt EUV. It was like a 2023 in 2024. And I got along with it. It was cool. It was just your driving habit. It wasn't battery degradation. But I really want that extra battery to sit by cars still and mix videos and music and beat battery degradation and also not run out of juice, because then that once you get zero, who knows what kind of batteries are stopping batteries from going bad when you drain them completely out. My Samsung Galaxy made me drain it completely one time. I was so mad at that. So it's mainly about, after all these years on the road and stressing more about having a complete new life with that money, not just stable income, but like, I don't know if the world's gonna let me do that again. It was kind of, everything happened until I would have known what to do with the money. Get a Tesla, get an RV camper, hurry up and lock down an apartment. Ever since I didn't keep up with Minnie's dental deep cleanings. Now, ever since I didn't keep on that one and nail the top 3, it's been like hell, whether the car my mom gave me is free, or whether I'm using a rental that's paid for the whole week with the insurance, or what had happened to my Equinox when I filed a claim and I had the Chevy Malibu for a whole month. It felt like 2 months, but I literally only needed like $50 to get that car from the rental, and I have been all over the place with it, and I was doing Uber driver account stuff on it too, because man, I remember a whole bunch of people I met in that car. And the Tim Dobbs South Carolina version, he works at a phone cellular company, but they actually do something with the network towers, and I probably see it too much. But all I know is I was just the Uber driver for his friend, because I'm like, well, I'm thinking, what am I waiting on? This guy has the truck door open. I don't want to just get randomly late. I know it don't work like that. I looked on the ground. There was a big tarantula And so I didn't say anything about anything I saw, and I think I took that dude to the airport, and I had a couple of awesome rides, like this family that had their car break down. I had to take them from like right out of Columbia, South Carolina to Charlotte, North Carolina. So that was fun. So those were good memories, and then my claim got denied because he found a loophole with that little fake ass repair shop shit. And nothing I said mattered, and I didn't know how to take him to Silver Court for a small claims issue. You know, it's so if people piecing together a small claims issue and you need a big time attorney for just to sue people for $6,000, yeah, that's BS right there. So I took it as that was one of the people that didn't want me to go to prison, that knows that there's people in this world who fleet together and put their victims in the prisons that they're near, where they sabotage them, and it's really you against other people's words. So I really think that me having a California tag on there really just meant that I wasn't nothing but a snitch. And right after Iowa City, Iowa, you know, I was dropping people off all through Iowa and kind of locked down Iowa City because I liked Davenport. Like, it was literally just like 15, 30, 45 minutes between Iowa City and Davenport. There's something spying on me over there. I don't think I want to go to Dollar Tree today because it's Saturday the 8th in November of 2025. And I think they need to kidnap me and say I just knew I lost. And then that would be what the 8 meant. And then what gets people so crunked up about, excuse me, I even got a middle school friend named Devin Crump. I think she's gonna be taunted by me calling it getting crunked up. But I think people are gonna get rowdy because when a gay would rather eat than sex and romance a man, it's no different than wanting to fight a man when you're trying to be a girl and then something go wrong. And then, you know, I think they can make anything out of the situation. I'm like 5'7" and I'm basically 5'6". I know they could turn around and make me look like the aggressor. And then when you can't snitch on Range Rover, they make it look like it shrunk you a little bit after. And then if you're always nothing but a child molester, aka faggot, they might do the crime in their body and soul swap into you by looking you in the eye. And I think that's something that can only be done by people who didn't molest children. And then they know how to break their body and put you in that as a prison sentence. And yes, that is creepy. And yes, I think that is real. And yes, I think the pandemic is on their way to justifying against that creepy ass shit. And I really think that when you're gay and you're gonna be alone in your life and you get nothing but a dog, and then I get nothing but an exotic miniature Doberman Pinscher, y'all. And so people gonna sit there and act like they don't notice how much I love my dog. And then that be why we sitting here in a field being alone. So I don't let the Illuminati snitch I start getting rich once I lose my dog. It ain't gonna work like that. They gonna try so hard. I don't think I need to know what my dog's last life was if I don't need to know what mine was. And if I feel like those people think this is the life they made of mine this lifetime, I don't need to know any of that. We are doing fine and peaceful right now, and everything became the way it was. And I don't always just want to sit back and relax. I kind of do, but there's ways that you can make money, even for older people. There's ways you can sit back and make money and not just completely rely on your Social Security benefits to deem you incompetent or disabled in any way, shape, or form. Cause bitch, I ain't calling it mentally challenged. I'm calling it financially challenged, stressfully challenging. Like, I'm like, there's something for me. But as far as getting into fast food, I've already done all this stuff. And whether I get a TB test every year, every 6 months, every 3 months, or not, it is always scary to wonder what kind of diseases people are exposing themselves to. And I feel very comfortable never having to work at Walmart, never having to work at McDonald's, never having to work at a gay bar, and never having to work as a waiter, and never having to work around people. And then the pandemic virus made it so much easier. And then, I don't ever want to go out of the United States. Like, it's hard enough I don't want to go to New York. I have no business being in Louisiana. I have no business being in New Jersey. I have no business being in Wisconsin. I have no business being in Montana. I have no business being in the Dakotas. I have no business being in Oregon. I have no business being in Washington. And I've been to Texas. I don't drive in it. Like, I've only had to wait at the Greyhound in Dallas a couple of times. And it's like every time I go to Columbia, South Carolina, my dad magically knows I'm finna show up. And then him and my brother look like they ready to infuse me with the tray injection. And they look like they want to poke an eye out, so I have to put a marble camera in my shit. And then they can see what I be idiosyncrasy I be flinching at. So I'm trying to told you, the Southeast where I was born there. So that's the neck of the woods that I never need to be in. That was what all my little freedom fighting magic comes from. And so, they go 50 times harder in South Carolina. And then they think they 50 times more wicked in Wichita, Kansas. And then the pretty neck of the deserts over there is some pretty motherfuckers themselves. And I ain't fucking with that all day long. So this is just where God put me. And when them motherfuckers want some, they finna go to Hort Spring for retards, bitch. Because I ain't playing with you, homie. Here looking pretty already. Don't need to be fucking with these crackhead motherfuckers. Y'all don't know shit about me. I don't know shit about drugs. I don't want to know the first thing there is about that shit. So go get your little Illuminati chokehold death grip and go put it on your girlfriend, bitch, and go fuck that shit up. Because I ain't your girlfriend, I ain't your trophy retard, and I ain't gonna help you make none of that shit you fucking with look real. And I hope you a single lonely bastard with y'all motherfuckers thinking y'all legal, y'all hooligans, y'all outrage the law. Y'all bitch ass motherfuckers got me out here saying shit all day long, y'all motherfuckers. Can't touch me with a 10-foot pole. And you know I ain't trying to cross the street every time I talk shit. And every time I don't know how real the world is, I keeps ups, okay? I ain't fucking with these hoes. We own it. And I ain't playing games, nigga. I come back to Wichita for a reason. Not because ain't nobody left in the United States, nigga. Okay? All of a sudden, this was just, cool for me. So that little assassin out there lurking around, looking like he fitting to be a tall ass crackhead Tasmanian devil death grip for a trophy retard so he could double his social security money to feed me maggots and shit and call me a faggot and jerk my little penis off and people think they ain't gonna snitch, bitch. You ain't getting shit. You ain't getting that Jeep Cherokee, nigga. You ain't getting that Tesla, nigga. I don't know you. I ain't married to a motherfucker, bitch. This is my dog right here. We ain't married. We don't fuck with people. I don't want a white dude. You white dudes ain't worth sitting in a Range Rover with, bitch. Y'all whack boys, nigga. On God, nigga. This is Wichita, Kansas, nigga. This ain't West Hollywood, nigga. This ain't Atlanta, nigga. This ain't Texas, nigga. This ain't Des Moines, nigga. This ain't Detroit, bitch. This ain't Florida, hoe. And this ain't New York, motherfucker. Okay, and I said what I had to say. Cause them motherfuckers ain't erasing my shit. And I don't be putting my shit on no pogo ant, nigga. I don't do any of that. So while they out there thinking revs can't snitch what a Range Rover is, bitch, best believe that they think that Range Rover's out here rescuing people who made one-time mistakes. Bitch, that's a little scare tactic, you hoes. That's a motherfucking scare tactic. Because that shit puts up with motherfuckers and terrorists, okay? And best believe I've been telling more people, more online people, more written on the back of my car all over the U.S. And that shit could have been in Russia then, Sweden then, Austria, and all that shit, nigga. So, and I'm still right here. So you ain't gonna pretend like I can't snitch a rib. That's, yeah. Because, there probably ain't even two sides of the story to that shit. Nigga, and best believe I drove out of Florida with a Range Rover in the right lane. And I really was suave, and then all of a sudden I said screw, got in the left lane and had to speed up, and that was the end of that. They just didn't know I was never coming back. So, yeah, that's all I want to say. Motherfuckers gonna act guilty. Y'all started something, you ain't gonna finish it, okay, ho? Because I don't need to drive, bitch. I'm 38 years old, bitch. I'd rather be in the studio recording my music. Okay, I don't have to drive, nigga. And if I get a Tesla, bitch, I don't have to work to pay that bitch off. That's what I'm talking about, okay? Because these hoes ain't fucking with me. I'm gonna get that RV camper. We gonna do our thing, okay? And then Minnie probably got 8 more years on her or more. I should put a limit. And by that point, I'll be 46, 48. And I I bet you that I ain't gonna be any richer or any poorer. Just to stay out of prison because I have no fucking business being in prison gay or at all. And that would be the only way to take away my Social Security benefits from me. And unfortunately, behind the wheel is the only way they could snag somebody up long enough to hold them, long enough to take their dog away from them. And then all this stuff I've seen on the internet, I have no choice but to believe that those people are in prison for the rest of their life for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. So I knew when I came back from Florida, I was gonna get the flu. 2 weeks. 2 weeks after. On that leaf. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh. Look, they got the door open over there at that business. Got a camera to be spying on everything I'm talking, nigga. Yeah, I don't want to be talking about their business or anything, but I know what I'm allowed to do over here. And I think they're gonna try to turn that place into a garage. I mean, a guitar center if they succeed. At turning me into a retard. Yeet. I'm about to bring out the other bottle of water. Don't let them AI generate. I'll probably edit that out. I'm gonna edit it out because because you know they did that Rev thing where they think you can't snitch what a Range Rover is. So I whack boys just to lock that out. Yeah. They whack boys, I whack boys, but I don't whack boys. Okay. So now everything that is happening on November 8th, Saturday 2025, they're using all of the linking the idiosyncrasies to try to turn me into a retard. I think it threatens the uneducated people to think that the grand design is just the way the world works. But no, you gotta kind of stand up to these super terrorists. And that's what I'm doing. I'm just being little gay me here with my miniature Doberman Pinscher. Right, you and me, healthy as ever, and Yeah, like I'm still thinking about never working for Uber again. Don't need to own a car because all they're gonna do is try to fleet up against people, and it's their word against mine, and I would not end up in prison for the rest of my life. So that prison food is gross to fuck, and more gross to fuck than regular food that gays eat. So that's the moral of the story. They're just gonna juke the law, outrage them, and try to choose prison or heart spring for the victims. And yeah, my stepfather had a loss on his side of the family, stepdad. And I just think that I wasn't supposed to go to Dollar Tree or anything because my mom's nicknames is Knee and Tree. So I didn't want to go to Dollar Tree to feed that Arizona juice addiction that I wanted because it is better than like the Arizona watermelon flavor and all that stuff. I think it was like the flavor of the like red, white, and blue lolly or icicle pop or whatever. So it's just better than soda. I hate soda. So juice and candy I can still eat or whatever. Soda, that'll just make me pee like a racehorse and be tired by 8 at night. So yeah, just trying to dodge all the ribs, throwing shocks at my tent to Minnie, and I don't think it affects people at all, so I absorb it for her. I just try to lean in the direction. So I think these super terrorists just kind of work off of heat sensors like scopes or whatever, like, and or they're everything is just using everything as a way to convince them, and I'm just working my way, not letting them find non-magical reasons to acknowledge me or notice or learn anything that would work against me. So I am the one and only Josh Charlton Cornelius Mara. Musician name is Cornell J. I ain't afraid of nothing. We are Wichita, Kansas. I'm from South Carolina. Okay? And I'm done with California as of, I think, 2 years ago. Okay, that Chevy Malibu when my Equinox got stolen. I think I had that rental into like May or something. So by May or June, I was in the Chevy Bolt EUV from Avis, Atlanta, driving for Uber. I had that for 2 weeks. And then it was like the Trailblazer, and that wasn't the Uber rental at the time. And then the car after that was a Toyota Corolla. Then I didn't rent a car from Hertz until the last one was a 2025 Kia K4. And 2 videos ago, that's a 9-hour video. Check it out. I kind of flopped going to Florida, and I knew I was going to. Y'all, I just wanted to scope the place. Be like, is this what I'm going to want? Can I just let it be once I get there and stay? And then I was like, nah, and shit, I had enough gas to get back home, and now the food stamps took a couple of days extra. And so I'm gonna play these games, earn money for toiletries and stuff, like hygiene, wet wipes, and I could drop my trash off at my mom's. And once my next deposit comes, there's going to be a $200 big old blow up tent. This one allows room for a furnace, and hopefully that thing is small. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a tent like this inside of that one, because that one's a big living room, right? You can put carpet and everything in there, right? It's gonna be my mom's backyard. There's gonna be nothing de-wising me in order, because I'm not gonna get many hurt. So we're gonna have a little tent in that bigger tent, and it's gonna be all gravy. That is definitely a waterproof tent. And it's gonna be on, y'all. We go save up that money, and I'm gonna like maybe juke the Illuminati and put my money into an RV camper and just try to have nothing for the Illuminati to steal from me and Minnie. So I'm like, I know they want to try to put me in the hospital. They want to black me out. They want to turn me into a retard. They want to separate me from my miniature Doberman Pinscher. They want to murder my family. They want to kill every witness in the world that knew I was never always a retard. And that's where I want to leave this video. The idiosyncrasies trying to get more complex, y'all. See that blue Dodge Dakota? Well, there's this girl that works at the Dollar Tree right down the street on George Washington in a black one. And then the idea is that she lives on the same street as my mom does, but hers is on the doorknob end of the street. And I think that's an idiosyncrasy for where it was, because genetics thought that I'd go ahead and walk down to Dollar Tree. Well, I think I wasn't going to do Dillon's either. And I think the idiosyncrasy deal is what would hurt my dog a little bit more, because they try to use that to explain why they whack boys and stuff. So I'm over here back at Dollar General, like this food might kind of like keep me from pooping for a couple of days, but I will. Oh, I want to check how I left this area off last year, and I can already tell you I didn't put this. It looks like you could stumble on it. So that blue bag, that ain't mine. The burnt stuff in there is mine. I don't think the hooligans had enough time to mock that into something believable. But yeah, like this tree's scary. When did that branch fall? So last year I was told, why don't I put my tent right here by the owner? Oh yeah, and the propane bottles. Yeah, I'm really gonna make sure that this ain't always here, because I was given permission to do all this. I'm not gonna like ruin that. So I'm not really sure how this is here, because I'm sure before I left everything just became like it was never there. You can clearly see a little bit of rectangle and where some grass grew in a different species right there. So now that PFA that my stepfather must have put on me and forged it on my mom is actually 2 years long now, so it won't expire until next year, the 2026, on October 17th. I'm glad that I'm the kind of person I am, at least, because at the very end of a cringy year, I needed to get verbal confirmation what I can and can't do during a PFA. And just how sneaky Rick is. So, like, I was just worried about putting them out of their home, but to tell the truth, you can't kick me out, prevent me from saving up money for getting an apartment, then when I come back for more help, and then 3 years, 5 years pass by and I didn't pay rent 100% of the time, and that adds up. And then you're gonna sit there and try to tell a PFA court case how I don't pay rent? That's not fair at all. So now I know that I gotta stay away from them hardcore. And that's just how it is, I guess. Like, I don't talk shit or forget or any of that. It's a personal vendetta. I mean, a vendetta is personal. You don't have to put personal in front of the word vendetta. That's just maybe neo-Nazi stuff. I don't really want to get into it at all. Like, I do remember when I turned 18 and I got my high school diploma, the place that me and my friends graduated at, there was a bunch of women who screamed at me like I was a Chris Brown. Like they were really just screaming like I was Justin Bieber, y'all. Like all of a sudden, I let all these years go by and he never tried to show me the video footage that I noticed him filming while we were walking upstage receiving our diplomas and stuff. So I just remember my shoes were matching the garment and everything, like exactly matched and everything. So I kind of really got lucky and was just like my own pretty boy in high school. But that really stuck with me for 18 more years. That what kind of person was it gonna let me have visual proof that, like, why were these girls screaming at me? I'm not straight. I wasn't gonna be straight. I'm not straight. I don't need to try, and I don't look at women as something to breed. And I feel more sorry for many about having babies than I do for me, because that's my choice. But you got people that hate people for people, and really, when I'm out here low-key rampaging by being a big silver snitch on the internet, I'm really still remaining neutral and staying away from guys, period. Because these guys can't sit there and say, "Oh, this is what I want to be. I've always been gay. I don't want kids." They can't tell you that. So I just don't want any part of it, and unless I am on the red carpet being told by the celebrities and hire people like Jimmy Kimmel and Jason Kennedy and Range Rovers in Hollywood and New York and oh, by the way, Russia and Ukraine, then I don't need to feel like I'm stealing a man away from his race, his ethnicity, his inheritance, and his destiny. Like, that's the kind of person I am right now. I'm not a thief at all, and I won't steal a man away from his destiny. That means that even if that man's mind set on being gay or being with me, it's still not up to me and him. It's just up to a world full of love, if you want it to be. So anytime I think about walking up the street towards Dillon's instead of Dollar Tree, I feel like it's anything but a car or a normal truck, and it like makes me think twice about being stalked. Like, I think they want to wisp, which is sort of what I think the Illuminati lingo is for a quiet EV car that slaughters you into their car. And so every time I go into a store or every time I think about going somewhere in public, I'm always thinking about, how is the Illuminati trying to make me look like I'm never an independent faggot? That is the $1,000,000 question. That they aren't magical, you guys, and it would take electricity from a Range Rover to make me say anything to make them look right. But if you hear anything from me about being a terrorist or hurting a lot of people, that's AI generated, or that's just probably someone trying not to get electrocuted, and they'd say anything. But the real funny part of the story is you never admit to something you didn't do. So I really like that about Range Rover, because I'm never gonna see it. And I think the fix is just to completely deny that I've ever sat in a Range Rover, even though I've sat in 4 in my lifetime. Just completely be ignorant. Whatever you see and hear, do not believe that I've ever sat in a Range Rover, because the Illuminati needs that as a way to explain their wicked ways, and whatever they do to their victims, they make it look like Range Rover did it. Ooh, okay. Go, we go. We go. I think we're gonna go to Dylan's, the grocery store. Dylan's the grocery store, because they're gonna have something really cool, like a pack of pulled rotisserie chicken in a plastic container for $1.78, or like, I want the spicy guacamole to eat with my Doritos. Matter of fact, I went through a big bag of Doritos, and the first time that I did that, I only got a snack size Doritos, and so I had a quite an amount of guacamole left. It was a $2 thing in the clearance. So that's kind of what I'm doing. When they released everybody's food stamps the other day, I kind of was during a rush. And so maybe the only thing clearance I had found was the guacamole. I spent $25 at Dylan's, and it really was a good amount of food that was worth it. Then I went to Dollar General, spent $17. Now I gotta kind of wind down on get caught up on my nutrition and my mental health, because you need to eat good to feel good about yourself. And it is starting to get chilly. My breath is kind of crystallizing on top of the tent. Then when it gets a little bit warm, because of the sun radiating and not because of the wind, that melts some of that, makes my tent dirty, and then I just still don't feel like getting up to go fetch food. But we had some mozzarella sticks. What do you call those? Like the kind that you pull. It's a cold snack. I had a can of black olives that I haven't even opened yet. And I ate some Doritos. And then we had pepperoni. I like eating pepperoni sandwiches. I had bread left over from the pulled chicken. So yeah, just slap some pepperoni on a sandwich and eat it like that. You'll thank God that you did. It's Monday, so they're testing the tornado drills, but I'm gonna cut it off here anyway. They get none of that whack boy shit. So this is where I had that 2025 Kia K4 towed. So that DG right there was how I got the car clean before I towed it again. I love that. And I think the car rental companies love me when I treat a car serious, because if there's anything that you think is wrong with it, The most perfect thing you could do is not drive any more of it. So I'm kind of down on my luck. I've been complaining to you guys for years or months, years, that every time I get a car rental, the oil changes are automatically up to me before I'm out of the Kansas border. And I can't tell them that I'm trying to go out of Wichita with the rental, because I get this feeling that if I tell them that they're letting me leave Wichita's deadly Illuminati death grip chokehold, then they'll try not to get hurt giving me that rental. So I went ahead and took off my business LLC from my car rental accounts. And so whenever I rent a car, it's either for leisure or for Uber now, not Track Fusion LLC and Super Cinematographer LLC. And I even had Cornell J LLC. And so the cool thing about Kansas is you can completely forget about your LLCs and forfeit your business without ending up a big Todd Chrisley fraud case. So that's what I did. In order to get those LLCs back, which I'd get Super Cinematographer, Cornell J LLC, I would just start over. And I wouldn't just start over. The fee is the same as starting over to get the business back up and running. But at the time, it was good for me to get like business credit going. But Wells Fargo was really giving me quite the nutcase about it, because I had me a personal checking account. But it was hard to do that. So my pet peeve was just not to get Kansas in trouble for like how easy it is to get your own LLC and have it linked to your car rentals account until you're like sabotaged into prison. So yeah, I don't do child molester things. I think I do child molester things like not eating at Mexican authentic restaurants because they drug me as if I'm in Mexico. Like they need my taste buds to think I'm in Mexico. But we in Wichita, Kansas, and the only place they ever do shit like that is in Wichita, Kansas. You know, I be trying not to show off my third eye to these hoes the majority of the time. Oh, and then when I come back from out of town, I just don't wanna, I'm not ready to embarrass myself as a bum in like another state. And then there's sometimes William Cornelius Road is a whole nother nutcase. Like Evan and my father is kind of like I'm like, where was my dad's refueler truck when they were being all that? You know what I mean? Like, I think I can skip down to Parkwood because, like I said, I hate Ford Explorers. Another way you can catch a child molester is I'll trick everybody off that's in a Ford Explorer. I don't give a fuck who you is. I'll fuck off Ford Explorers just because they're in one. Because I think that a cop impersonator is what a Ford Explorer is. And what they really try to do is whop you. And they brainwash you to think that a cop did it or a Range Rover did it as much as they can. So I just feel like everything that I do, I ain't trying to get ran over by a car or anything, because that's what a Range Rover does. It slaughters. Like, and the whole thing is they have to do it without putting a dent on their cars. So I call it a shell shock that could slaughter someone really good. Does somebody have like a... Yeah, I have one of those hiding in the dresser right now in case my Samsung Galaxy S25 No Ultra gets me out of trouble and a motherfucker learned how to skank it away from me. Yeah, speaking of the devil, I'm just gonna feel sorry for, I think when I cleansed my soul by leaving Wichita for a while, and I'm trying not to pick back up on eating rice and a bowl of noodles, because the bowl of noodles is idiosyncrasy for like a heart swarming of heartworms or something, and like rice is idiosyncrasy for maggots. So I think there's a big low-key war of that when I thought the idea was not to waste food, they found a way for there to be like a technicality. And so I first learned what shell shocking was before I started bringing Minnie on my Uber trips with me. And it could have been because when I wasn't working, Minnie's in the car with me, but I was delivering Panda Cafe down East Kellogg, headed west. And I was going under the Webb Road No, it was actually, yes, it was the Webb Road Bridge, because remember, Greenwich is where Panda Express was. So it was this loud shell shocking sounded 10 times scarier than hot oil touching water. And all I could see out of the corner of my eye was a silver Civic, a Honda from like the late 1990s. It was like a two-door coupe, and I heard the shell shock. I thought to myself, that ain't coming from my car. So I just kept my eyes on the road, and I couldn't really tell what was like beside me. Just that they were either trying to rob me and Range Rover wouldn't let them, or they were trying to make people think that my car shell shocks, or those people wanted to whack me because they thought I whack boys. And Range Rover caught them and explained how lucky I was with the two boy blue stripes with silver on the Honda Civic, insinuating that that's how they were being a silver fix. But I just kept driving. I didn't act like I knew what that was. And I think it would have shocked somebody like an electric eel and made them like paralyzed. while it was shocking anyway. So, and they wanted it to ricochet from underneath the bridge, and from that moment on, I had knew a Range Rover could do that for 16 years, and that was like, wow. Like I'm over here telling people stuff I don't know where I'm getting all of my wisdom from, and I'm seeing it played out like it really is a small world. There's only so much bored people can do to taunt people, and specifically what cars can do that. So I think we're fighting an era where they want to put a torture chamber contraption that could shrink you into a baby, nuke you, shock you, spray acid, like the Jigsaw killer thing. I think they were trying to get them put in all the vehicles. But I think I know why they chose Range Rover. The idiosyncrasy is very powerful, very taunting. And what do you do when you got a Range Rover? You eventually walk back to it to drive it. Just my motto is every time you get in a Range Rover, you're volunteering to go to a underworld court system that overruns the government and even makes people like people they don't like. And like I think it's kind of funny what I'm stuck doing, because there's just so many perspectives in this world that, I think it was pretty amazing that I had 4 times in it that was very peaceful. And one time I was wondering if it was going to drop me off at Hard Spring, because like I was test driving it, and this guy was like turn around over right before we got to the Land Rover dealership. There's this bowling alley. And so when I worked at Hard Spring, we were driving the kids to bowling alleys and parks. And hold on, I gotta hide my phone because this UPS truck just has to pretend they saw my phone. Look, they're gonna use magic to pick up on what they knew my phone is. But I think they do that because of anything to put me in prison for something I didn't do. And I'm going to tell you straight up front, y'all, I may or may not have molested my baby nephew when I was 11 years old. Too young to know it was wrong. Too young to be punished by the law for it. So what do they need Range Rover for? Now there's another car that'll verify what device that I'm using. And then there might be another Ford over there turning the corner. So like, I think what they do is they use my I didn't do it to see how my I did it. To see how my I did it to see how my I did it work. Come on, babe. So I think that a white Dodge Durango is what DU is. So I'm gonna be careful not to be like in a put in a position to where I don't get to be who I am anymore. Because white on a Dodge Durango tries to emphasize there being a good Samaritan when they're taking away your right for you to act yourself in public, which means I'm on Social Security fighting this Illuminati death grip that's trying to consider me incompetent. So as long as I don't know who my nephew's grandma's is, when that's what they really want to do is turn me into a retard, then I should be fine, because I think they need the Illuminati story to think that a retard never knew how to leave home. So my mom's block is like on the other side of the Brown house. Well, no, this house right here, 2211. We're on the other side of that house. So I'm watching the Illuminati cars line up as I'm going to Dylan's, because that's what I think they're gonna pitch off food stamps is it's just a way for people to go into the store and be around people they don't want to be around, because they are not a retard that needs a Pyrrha around them. So I I think that the war in Russia and the war in Ukraine is already started for my sake. So once my team is politically correct, we already started getting rid of people who are not exactly pacifists, and vice versa. Evil's gonna fight for their life and kill people on their own, and we're fighting for the law to be more like every life matters and freedom of speech and whatnot. But do you really think I'm a wicked snitch, though? Because I like who I am. I like what I talk about. It's never going to stop unless they stop. And like I said, I think Wichita, Kansas, USA is always thinking about jacking a boy off to a finish so they can find out what people are child molesters. So I really think it's about the law, knowing how the law doesn't whack boys. So, at first I'm thinking, hey, and I need to remove my little girl hairstyle right now. That my little girl hairstyle is probably the last thing. But I think so many of their victims were the kind that liked to cross dress and not really identify themselves as the gender they were born. So, my last fix is just they're going to keep wondering, when am I going to use my little bit of money to get my nails done, find me a little Taylor Swift dress and all that. But these hoes got another one coming. They're going to be waiting their whole lives, because I'm kind of more like a pretty boy nigga. I'd rather just kind of be cute, and if you've seen James Mason Fox, he's like this wannabe Adele singer in Nashville. And what I mean is, like, And people hate it when you could compare them to the next favorite artist because that don't make them original. But like, he's wearing this suit with this nice puff collar stuff going on it. And that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. That ain't gonna go down in history for child molesting. He's kind of still acting like a man when he does it. So the moral of the story, like, I wanted to be like, like a thug missus, but really only the kind that has it all in their rap. And because I still think that no matter what people say and do, people don't actually do the stuff they be rapping about. And they learn what they learn as quickly as I've learned what Range Rover is, and not the hard way. And there's a war against music about music being snitches. So that was the whole main thing, was that you can snitch a whole lot of fixes in a song. And people don't like that. So I say people are doing anything for the clout, the attention. And I've watched this Atlanta driver. He's like a ghost driver or something. And he's known for being in 20 gazillion police chases and getting out of every one of them. So, like, that isn't in music form, but, people are putting that stuff on the internet. And eventually the wrong people are going to see that and learn how to stop that. And it'll be like the end of the show. And now I'm kind of mad because I've done all my research and somebody told me my South Carolina driver's license was suspended, and it's not. I've done all my research and called South Carolina DMV and everything because Kansas ain't gonna know that. They told me I needed to call my driver's license state. And so, yeah, my driver's license isn't suspended, and I did all that towing for no reason. And even if I would have found out it wasn't suspended right then and there, I still would have done everything I've done and ended up where I'm at today. But I mean, I was already going to do everything that I was doing. I'm telling you, I think the idea was not to drop the car rental off directly at the branch that I got it from, because I wasn't ready. It wasn't as clean as I wanted it to be, because like I really was just gonna ditch the rental in Winter Park, Florida and be there, because it's kind of like maybe like 73 degrees every day, even in the winter there right now. So I only had 2 minutes to decide whether I wanted to stay, because with my luck, everything's closed at 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night. And I told myself I just can't risk waking up and my tire being flat, so I can't leave. So I went up to Daytona Beach. I didn't know how close that was to Winter Park, Florida. Now, I went to Daytona. I think the city's called Daytona Beach, but I went and parked off the highway to get on live with y'all. Y'all know I be chopping it up for 2 hours, 3 hours before I start driving again. And I had a choice to hurry up and get past the nuclear power plant and see how genetics just did me. They're gonna try to make me a retard every time a car passing sound reminds the world of our nuclear power plant fix. So that's just how stone cold I am, because there's one thing that I've learned from rap, and it's just to be a stone cold snitch. Really, like, what you finna do? You ain't finna hop over there, is you? Because, yeah. All right, man. Yeah. Uh-huh. Like, are you sure canines with the police be barking all that nonsense? Oh, I guess. All right. We popular? Okay. Well, man. So, yeah. I just want to take another moment to show y'all how genetics works and how people think that genetics is telling them to hurt people or turn them into a retard. So I just juked this trailblazer because I know that one of my Hertz rentals was a trailblazer. So instead of going up this way, we're gonna go down to Mount Vernon and back up Edgemore, and then I made sure the LED lights on that car didn't bug Minnie in the and then I know for a fact that Wichita, Kansas will have decoy license plates on their cars, and this is just so my last memory will give off where I thought I was when the traumatic event ultimately happened. So that's the Illuminati, is that they basically take care of every square inch of the alibi. Now I feel stalked now. Now my GPS dot just connected back with it when I wouldn't walk up Parkwood. Okay. So we're gonna go up this way, that way, Edgemo. But they basically, the Illuminati be taking every square inch of the alibi all the way down to their victim's memory in case something is psychic. So we remember the guy with the magic Vox, right? That how can he just think and it translates his thoughts? So I've always knew that there's actually two really cool forms of magic plus one. Cell phones are psychic to each other. The atmosphere is really this really cool magical force field and psychic. So yeah, that's what I think Wichita is doing. They're trying to calibrate everything that I was when I never lost is gonna be reshaped into the perfect picture and the perfect humiliating like mission statement that I'd ever come up with, because I've just I'm not mad at all. I think that that the uhs pissed me off. That just started like last week. Like, I think I've made a statement about that about 50 times, and maybe the last time was finally the one that made me feel like a retarded snitch about it. But, I used to say that not saying doesn't make me any smarter than Donald Trump Jr. And so that's just one of the ways they're trying to take away from my convincing of ways and humiliate me all at the same time. So I'm really having a blast. I'm really excited to have something on the internet that people won't say, something that can't get erased. And I think I made sure they can't break the internet. So we're just gonna wait for all these criminals to commit suicide, because that's what they do, is commit suicide before the sidekicks can read their mind about their true mission statement. So that's how dumb and retarded they think I am, is that once I prove that wrong, they got to go around the corner and commit suicide, because I really knew way more than I would have. But, like, I'm not looking for a silver jizz. I'm not looking for my right to be famous or rich or drive a car. I'm just little old, let me have my studio one way or another, and I'm just gonna let them think that I'm always looking for a way to get rich, while the time cuts too close and I switch up my acts and try to get them on a wild goose chase all over again. And trust me, I know people is thinking this shit is funny, because those people have got themselves in a whole world of trouble to where they have to have the story play out the way they needed it to, or the world is capable of all those treacherous things that I've already been telling y'all about. So yeah, the moral of the story is I'm woke the most, and I think that they just need someone that really knows to prove that there's like no way that they can be a snitch long and hard enough to get what they're trying to get out of being a snitch. So it was about 13, 16 years ago I knew what a silver snitch was, a wicked snitch, and all that. And I just think that there's no business in me being with white people. There's no business in me being with a man. There's no business with me being with anyone. There's only business in me owning my own car, owning my own apartment, keeping my own dog, and minding my own business and staying out of prison. Because, The reason why that's such a big deal for me, and I'm gonna shut down those hunks that are sidekick from like 4 blocks down the road. You go to prison when you're not gonna eat good food, and if I'm gay and I still like good food, right? Or if I can't be gay, then I'll want good food. So people get sent to Heart Spring if they have no idea they like good food. And people go to prison when they're not gonna be allowed to eat good food. So that's how wicked I think the Illuminati is. And hey, I may or may not have jizzed on my baby nephew when I was 11 years old in 1998. And I'm gonna tell you straight up right now, it definitely wasn't something I did when the law should do something about it. And it wasn't old enough for people to know right from wrong. So I'm going to go ahead and say what I have to say, that I am not just an extra child molester, and I enjoy every second that I get to snitch and be a free little horny bastard, because I'm not, you know. So I really think that's the name of the grand design. Don't molest a boy and don't molest a baby. And those were the only two things that a rogue wouldn't have done. Well, I think I only owe Verizon 2 times. Yeah, I think I owe Verizon $4,000 for 2 separate accounts. I mean, each. Like, I bet I owe them a total of $8,000. Y'all, that's how much of a snitch. This time, I'm not ruining the devices and the upgrade privileges I am on. So, whatever I could have said that would have fucked that up by now, besides, I would have supposed to have been a retard when 2025 is the same as a neighborhood speed limit, and idiosyncrasy that could be used to wherever it was on the news at is where it is, where it stays. The news is basically only a way for the Illuminati to keep their stories all straight. You would think the majority of the world, I'm telling you, the news, they be having to pick and choose, like how's the ball gonna roll when they get that stuff out there, because I would hate to be on the news like that. There's so many people I've seen on the news already that just because they're behind the wheel, they're in prison for the rest of their lives when they could have stayed in North Carolina. So that's what I hated about North Hollywood, is that with me, they made me piss like a racehorse so that they didn't have to, let me work for Uber. And eventually, what does that lead to? So I like the East Coast because the humidity hydrates you so much that I never have to wait to pee. And so that was the coolest part about the East Coast, is no matter what, they just ain't gonna wanna be gross just to see you go to Heart Spring. That's what I like about the East Coast. I really thought that the Southeast Coast was like ugly presidents, and that the West Coast is full of pretty presidents. But if you ask me, everything with the homeless happens to the West Coast so many times that they really just might as well have to push it through. And I think that you could end up at a war there. So My last time in the second before last time I was in California in the Equinox, I think I was doing a DoorDash order and this chick was complaining about the first 8 times they didn't get her order right. And you know, I had a rideshare policy. Didn't think these people didn't sign up to get in a car with you when they do DoorDash. I told her, come with me. And then I need you to pick out whatever you go pick out. We go up in the PetSmart. This little boy already talking about, I want that dog. You know, I wasn't thinking like a little faggot. Like, no, you can't have the dog and shit. But I took proof of the order before I canceled it to get it right. And then I heard a switch talking, and I'm taking your card too. So I was like on OnStar. And then when she was on her way to my car, I was like, y'all, go ahead and hurry up and disconnect or I gotta pull the fuse or something. So the police kind of like intervened. My GPS dot was making me feel like I shouldn't go on the highway. All that was a good idea. And ultimately, the cop didn't like, I played dumb because even though it was like a distress call about being kidnapped, they were worried about whether or not she got kidnapped. Yeah. So he just said 72-hour hold. Yeah. I remember the lady was in there like, oh, honey, the people that are in here usually end up getting shipped off at a bigger war for the rest of their life. I was like, well, Officer Nelson told me 72-hour hold. Like, you know, I didn't have enough time to say I'm from South Carolina. I talk like a Kardashian, and that's why I talk slow. We don't have to repeat ourselves. So it costed me and my mom $700 to get my car out of the tow, and I still needed gas money to get out of Truckee, California. And that was when I learned that if I didn't have somebody to come home to in any other state, Wichita, Kansas, I would have been stuck in a ward. But they paid for my Uber ride to the animal shelter my dog was at. It turned out it was free, and her shots were free. And yeah, we slept homeless for a night before. They told me I was supposed to go get a release form from the police station. I went down Freeport Boulevard for no fucking reason, because way back in '07, Freeport Boulevard was how to get to Sacramento City College. And even if, whether or not you were a college student there or not, I had a library pass and I was using Virgin Mobile, getting free minutes and text and internet on my phone that was when you watch ads for that. That was the first time I got stuff for free when you watch ads, and it really worked. So yeah, Freeport Boulevard had the police station. That was a wild goose chase, and I rode it in my first Tesla to the tow yard, and I remember I tipped the Tesla driver $20 for the, and yeah, that was like, then when my car got stolen, my Equinox, I was on my way to Hollywood, the DMV, because that's where I got my tag. I was gonna go get my title so I could finish making a claim on my stolen car. They was gonna pay out $13,000. And the DMV, I was like so famous, the DMV was fucking closed, so I couldn't do that. Long story short, I think that in like 2019, I was taking a friend to get some like rent paid from this resource place that'll pay your rent if you're behind. And I went to go get a charger for my new phone. A car backed up into me. Now, it took me 3 weeks for her claim to go through. But they needed to get a hold of the owner of the car because she said her boyfriend let her drive it as long as she had permission. Whoop de whoop whoop, this and that. So I filed a claim with my insurance, got it paid out. And so when their insurance paid, it paid my insurance company for that. So I'm saying I could have been done, had $13,000 cash for that motherfucker. Claiming he's from South Carolina, got him some fake ass car shop over there by the Walmart on Pawnee and Broadway. And I told the police the general area where it was at. So yeah, I had to talk to the detectives about it. And I'm like, man, that's a fucking loophole. Y'all know that. And like I said, I could have hurried up and got $13,000 and let the insurance company put it in collections. And that would have been a legit loan because I did not plan on having my car stolen. And I need to work for Uber. But that's what I think Hollywood did, was they were afraid that I would go to prison for that or something. Like, no, I filed BBB on him and everything, and he was cussing me out on the Better Business Bureau. And I'm like, people who cuss you out, they kind of guilty, like, he made my car put like a lawnmower, this and that, rub charcoal on it. Like, it was looking like a Hawthorne rental, and he tried to make me look like an ugly homeless driver. Like, yeah, I really could have had $13,000 from my insurance, and then when they found all that bullshit out, that's not my fault. He still stole my car. Go ahead, put it on my collections bill, and I'll let my credit go bad until I pay that shit back. Now I've been like homeless without a car for 2 years. Yeah, so that's real fucked up. But I'm okay because I didn't have to explain anything to the rollers. And we up in here getting people food, not jail food, okay? And 'cause like I said, the reason why I stopped driving is because that's the only way a faggot goes to prison, is if they're at the wrong place at the wrong time, behind the wheel, and it just could all change in the blink of an eye just because you want to drive. So I'm enjoying me some good food. I'm saving up money, and if I get a Tesla, I ain't gonna have to work to pay it off when I don't feel like it. So there's like nothing. Maybe that $5 pork loin, that's cool. What's over here for $2.99? That's okay. But let me show y'all this. I know that guacamole for $2. The other one didn't go bad. Somebody picked it up. Cause I'm telling you, that go hard with some Doritos. Now look at this for $1.80. Like, do they do that at a Publix or all those other grocery stores in the East? Like, I'm everywhere, all over the East Coast. I might go to Charlotte, North Carolina. But when my dad in South Carolina being hasty, and I can't just live that William Cornelius road because I'm a Cornelius. Girl, I got in an Uber one time. She was like, "Oh, you a Cornelius? My baby daddy's a Cornelius." I'm like, oh man. And then even when I was a kid, my dad waves and they wave back at him, everybody. Like, South Carolina is so funny because, like, I'm sure a Cornelius has been trying to live in Atlanta, the next best thing to Hollywood, for years. For me to come up in there, be obligated to live in Atlanta, work for Uber, and get kind of lazy about how to save up money, And then once you leave, don't come back richer. You'll be a retard. So, and then I learned that in advance because there was always hurricanes. Every time I end up on the East Coast, a hurricane could have been why I had to stay and be drowned. Look, I'm gonna get this strawberry cake right here, cause I ain't playing. You know. Okay. I've been craving some shrimp and cocktail sauce. I like this stuff over here, but that's imitation, y'all. I thought that was like some real deal, girl. And then, like, it made me think about those TikTok videos I saw where the ad commercials are just munching on like this sauce that you put on fake food, like the imitation meat. And I'm like, I'll eat it with some of that sauce. But dang, like, but that wasn't gonna happen in the blink of an eye. Look, notice how the first thing I pick is a snack because I always start from right to left. Like, I meant to get a quart, by the way. Let me go do that. So I was just saying there's already car brake tire dust that be in the car lots, but these are sitting outside. It makes no difference if I do that. Uh-oh. Hold up. I've been trying to do raw footage for a little while. Take a break from all that extensive editing because the natural environment. Cherry cordial Little Debbie's, y'all. I think I want that already. Like, I left this small cake up at the front too. Darn. Lopsided on the curb, so I blocked the deuce. If I said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I'd have to skip the shrimp. Like, breaded shrimp sound good. Okay, so long story short, y'all, I'm flabbergasted that PFA has extended to October 17th of 2026 because there was a small court date that I could have appeared at. Yeah, I wish there was another way to call someone who, ain't finna run up the bills so somebody get kicked out of their home. Cause if I was like in jail over that shit, I'm pretty sure women beaters get beat up. And that was only their little way of making me set sail, like a hint. I think they don't want to snitch why I got put on Social Security. Now, we're not worried about fraud or anything. I'm worried about why I'm not finna be a retard. All you gotta do is not be a bum, and you don't have to approach the wrong people. I could have been on survivor benefits disability. So every time I work, they do take money out of my deposits. And I'm just ready to call it quits. Even thinking about it right now, You should have saw me working for Circle K, y'all. I left that live feed on the internet. I was just a chicken with its head cut off working at Circle K, and I find that funny. And so after all these years working for Uber in any state and city that I want, I feel like no matter how long I stay there, I won't like start learning their streets by subconsciously. I kind of feel guilty about that now that that's part of my little disability. That I've been to so many places, learned all those street names, and forgot what useless knowledge teaches us not to fill our RAM with a bunch of useless knowledge. And Sacramento, I've got LA, I've got Nashville, I've got Atlanta, I've got Columbia, South Carolina, I've got Little Rock, Arkansas, I've got Modesto, Stockton, Turlock, California. I've got Des Moines, Iowa City, and Davenport, Iowa. I've got Champaign, Illinois. And Savoy, Illinois is right next door. I can work in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Oklahoma City. I've learned that I don't like working in Tulsa the most. It's like the Cherokee Indian spirits are watching over me, and half of them want me to miss my exits every 5 minutes, or there's something in the air that makes me feel high at Tulsa. And that's what that L in Tulsa is idiosyncrasy for. So, do you want to me L in the back of that Nelly song? Yeah, music snitches, right? I'm just like there's even a Lexington, West Virginia, and I was trying to go to Richmond, Virginia, and learned they had a whole new regulation. So after all that said, I think that regulation saved me from the sweep that's going on in Washington, D.C. right now. Like, if you ask me, someone could beat you to a pulp, change your face, and make you look like a Mexican cartel criminal. And then they don't have to explain anything to the police when they do, like, murder spree crimes. And that's like, kind of why I stay in one place now. Because if they're not fleeting up against people to put people in prison, they're actually getting them murdered and stuff. And I ain't trying to be a dead witness either, y'all. I'm trying to tell you. So, as you can see, I'm one of the ones who don't have to put up with LA or DC or the ICE agents right now. And that was one of my pet peeves when I took a whole year off, is that why would I be harassed by those kind of people, right? Like, what? Honey, you're okay. Just get under this coat. Get under this coat and stop being all nosy, and then you'll be fine. Because if you want some food, get under them. Come on, be a good girl. No, be a good girl. Okay, I'll stop talking all that nonsense on the internet and see if that helps. But hold on. Okay, let me hold you. I'll hold you then. I think whenever I don't have proof that Minnie's always with me, even if it's for 1 second, I think they just inch her to death as much as they can. And radiator guns that can penetrate the roof of businesses, and I believe they don't release technology until it whacks a boy. So back then it was legend that a Range Rover shocks you while it remote controls you to hard spring, and that's why I think the Illuminati hates Tesla. Wichita, Kansas has the infamous hard spring, y'all. I think that's where terrorists go. Like, I worked there for about a year and I almost got promoted to lead Pira, and I wanted the residential coordinator position, but it wasn't my destiny to work at Hard Spring. It was my destiny to snitch on Hard Spring. And that's the one thing the Illuminati ain't gonna know about me right now, is how I knew what not to do. Like, do I even want chips or anything? Like, to be honest, I think Black Range Rover is as about as evil as that half of the Illuminati. But every other color, I feel like, is didn't stop me from being a snitch. So that's why I think my assassin is in a black Ford Explorer, and because they'll pretend like a black Range Rover, flip the switch will be in. That ain't finna be true. I think every city hires their assassins to street sweep their victims, and I was almost one of them. I just wasn't a retarded Michael about it. You know, that's Illuminati lingo for a wiseless little boy. And my Kylie skincare bag was not my Full Sail University camcorder gear. That was so funny. And then, as y'all see, Kylie Jenner doesn't sell the walnut scrub in Ulta Beauty anymore. Okay, look. Juice. Like, I want, like, the Arizona from, like, but I never end up over there to do that. So, Simply Lemonade, and I'm over here like this right here, is gonna do. I really need to chug me some juice, and as long as it's not soda, I won't have like withdrawal symptoms of sugar, because I don't drink soda a lot, and I feel like drinking soda stops me from being the fancy driver that I want to be. I mean, just imagine pulling over after every Uber rider just to chug water and figure that out. And to the point to where I think I still need to do some research on something called anemia. So, I mean, I think I want a caramel sea salt bar chocolate. Hold on. I'm gonna be one of those that play with the microphone. As soon as I get out of people's way. By the way, they doing that now. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Oh, well, since they want to act like I ain't fast enough, I'll just reflip the switch. That's how I think they flip the switch, is when they act like you ain't fast enough to catch something on camera. Uh, it really is any way that they could say flip the switch. Anyway. And I'm being that bitch right now towards the little girl and her mother. It really is only another way to say flip the switch. It's always another way to say flip the switch. It's only always another way to say flip the switch. Uh, So, if I still wanted guacamole, which right now guacamole reminds me of babies now. Uh, I just don't want any more Doritos. I'm really tired of it. Eggplant, what? Eggplant beef. Okay, I thought I saw a spicy buffalo boneless, but I didn't. I did. They're $7. See, I ain't even trying to do this. Look, I got nothing but sweets in our cart right now over here. Looking at every goddamn thing. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna have the pork loin. What I'm doing right now is I'm playing paid games for money. So by the end of the month, I'll have cash to buy food with. And I could probably do things like the Burger King dollar menu app, because you can buy 2 things at a time with their app coupons. I think you can only do that once every hour at McDonald's. And I don't eat McDonald's anyway, because eating at McDonald's would have made me act like the kind of person I was just a second ago. I'm basically accusing them of using another way to say that. But I don't know if they were being cute and switchy, but it's okay. People don't snitch, and then when they don't snitch, I just it just would have came out both our ways. And then in return, I'm just letting people see how someone's barely living a normal life. Like, I got my family sabotaging me so they could say I never pay rent and then label me incompetent. And so today they haven't answered the phone since yesterday, and I think the trick is that I've edited videos for a living, and like, my phone is how I do it. Like, my Samsung Galaxy S25 Note Ultra is a 200 megapixel. And so if if this would be the day my mom abuses the law to, it would be on a day that they act like phones don't exist. So I'm dealing with, I'm not retarded or anything, but my Social Security money does help with the financial struggle, challenges that I face while being in and out of these wicked Illuminati chokeholds that are funny played when older people are doing it too, because I think young people enjoy punching you brain dead, and I think older people enjoy making the law be how you knew you're a lonely little faggot. And I can't believe how people think, how much they think I know and how much they don't think I know. It's funny. I'm almost living life as if, as long as I don't need my mom and my stepfather for help, I'm gonna be fine. I just want some grape tomatoes to help cope with that right now. So fresh fruit. But I have the lemonade. That's what I want to cope with my fresh fruit urge right now. I think it's time to give Minnie an extra form of hydration. So coconut water, it's not too sweet. Aloe vera drink. And I want to find out what this Flash IV is. Rapid rehydration, strawberry, kiwi, grape. I'm going with grape. Okay, again, I'm over here doing big boy spending, my third day, and I've got to calm down because if I don't, I will wicked screech. We are now rolling over the month that the PFA that is fraud anyway, should have been off on October 17th. And I found out that it's been extended for a whole year because there was a court date I should have contested myself. It don't matter. I did and went through what I went through so I could warn myself how much I hate my mom's wicked random Terminator cheapness. So I guess they have taken me out of my element before, but I think the trick to it, and this is one of the things I think they don't know I'm capable of, that I just wasn't in the mood to say I don't need meds and all that. So that got me by a long time. So I'm over here about to spend $11 on salad and pork. And all these little uh, like drinks that aren't just like water based. Anything that isn't pure water, it takes processing. This is like my mood right now, y'all. So I want to edit it like that. Like, I think there's not much clearance anymore today. So, like deviled egg, macaroni, and salad. We've already done the whole chicken salad thing. And like, I think I want stuff that won't end up making me have the runs. So I think I don't want the crab salad with bread. And I don't have a campfire yet. So everything that I'm cooking, it's gonna be ate up before the end of the half hour. And oh yeah, thank you guys. 12.5K views on my story about how I think the police were harassing me when they thought I would still be behind the wheel of that rental. But I called South Carolina DMV and everything. My license is not suspended. Like, what do you guys think? Look at this shrimp cocktail stuff for $10. So I already have to eat the salad right away, and the pork chops for me and Minnie, and some of the salad is for Minnie. So I need to go back over there and get salad dressing, and then we're gonna take off because I can always come back. I really just needed to find one more thing to put in here so I could be like done with it all day long. But like I said, I don't want it to be like getting expensive. Definitely the opposite of guys' grocery games right now. Like I might even get a little bit of hot food. Here's what I'll do. That's pork loin, so both of these will be white meat, I think. I was afraid to get the chicken. Oh my goodness. Chicken tenders. We're gonna do these and we're gonna take off. So I think I want some Asian mustard. And hopefully it don't fall through. Then I think I'm getting Italian dressing. And then I'm trying not to follow this lady for 1 second. Balsamic sounds good. Blue cheese sounds good. I think I'm gonna go with balsamic. So I think that's like a red pomegranate sauce. And I think I only like blue cheese with like walnuts or something. I'm gonna do it. Yeah. Remind me I'm doing this all for the morning. You know, like I would sit still and not spend money, and by the end of the year, I'll have $12,000, and it'll be an RV camper and a Tesla, a Tesla truck, y'all. I think they are boycotting Tesla trucks because I have my own little country accent. Okay, you know what I meant to do? Grab that strawberry cake I left next to the right. Hey, hold up. I'm just gonna worry about grabbing something when we out of here. I can't. This is like a 70-liter backpack. I'm over here. Just didn't buy chips or bread. Hey, Minnie. And like the biggest ones they have are probably 100-liter backpacks. Greatest game ever, y'all, but I always head east out of my stores. Oh, I'm gonna list my baby nephew on the Eco ATM. Okay, I knew it, y'all. Y'all should make me rich every time I guess it. Okay, so basically, when I admitted I wanted to never drive for Uber again, I almost had a head-on collision with the car in the middle of the night in that Kia K5 because the lane always merges into two and tells you to hop in the right lane. And this time it didn't hurt when I wasn't feeling wise. So now they could run me over with the car and act like it's me. Now I walk past an Eco ATM. They need to rob the Eco ATM for exactly my Samsung Galaxy S25 Note Ultra. So, I don't think I'll be the kind of child molester that breaks my phone, and I'm just out of it as much as the Illuminati. But I can say I know how the Grand Design works. And I know how they think it works because I don't sound like gibberish. Okay, so now we ain't even walking that way. Now I wouldn't have let the bus see like my face. That black Evoque is not there. And why are they next to a dumpster anyway? So Subaru Idiosyncrasy means I'm old enough to be taunted like the man I am. And then the Toyota Tacoma is how. You know, when your face is punched in and you've got that, you know, defeated face look. So, yeah, again, that's just wishes that they could whack me with my GPS dot. So, my motto is if they can't get rid of me, however they try time after time, that's when I think they try to perform the soul swap into the body that committed those crimes. And I would think that would be the coolest part of the new age world is learning why the bodies that did it plead not guilty by the time they're caught. But I'm not here to help the super terrorist. I'm here to prove that child molesters aren't capable of that, because I'm basically kind of all a child molester is. Skittish for little boy reasons, and not to make your men learn that they'll never get rich or famous for, you know, supporting gays and or a certain faggot or a snitch or a silver snitch or a wicked snitch. Wichita has developed the sound of like 1950s cars. Like every once in a while or more often, it sounds like where are the EVs? You know, like we're the airplane manufacturer town. So you can't sit here and tell me we don't know jack shit about technology. Like, they can't brush my fate off on the wrong decade. Like, you know, it's even hard to get into these apartments. Like, yeah. Like, I need 3 times the rent. And I think it's more than $300 a month. And then there goes another UPS truck. I'm not letting them see my device because I don't steal. So we're gonna see how they pretend. We're gonna see how they pretend that I'm a thief. Look, he even stopped right there. Like, I think, you do and I'll snitch. I knew I only molested my baby nephew when I was 11. Oh, you was lying, Benny. You almost got slaughtered when I said that, didn't you? He wasn't worried about it until he started barking. That's all I think Range Rover is. They wait until you're old enough to know something you did when you were a toddler is something crackheads would have done, something trailer park trash would have done. I don't know. Ooh. But yeah, I think what fended off that officer who said that my license was suspended was that I had the Samsung Galaxy S25 Note Ultra and not the iPhone. So I think I turned around and I was gonna practice not being a snitch, but genetics is telling me they want to hurt that cop because he had me in their death grip, but he didn't make sure I towed the car. I got to do that on my own. But I did my research and I couldn't figure out whether or not my license wasn't suspended because South Carolina charges $10 for you to look at your driving record. Kansas, there's a website that tells you your driver's license status. In South Carolina, make sure you can't have an active driver's license in any other state when your driver's license is active with South Carolina. So I chose to just do things the way I should. And today I called the DMV and I'm like, they're lying to me because if I go out there and drive again and somebody say that, 9 times out of 10, the cop wanted me to keep my impeccable record of having that car come back to the place I rented it from in one piece. So I told the DMV in South Carolina, I was like, yay, I'm gonna laugh that off because I think that's like between me and him that he told me that my license was suspended so I get all scurry and just get the car back in one piece. But I'm scared that, that they're gonna make that look true. I'm scared that that's what he needed to do to get me to get a Kansas driver's license. And right now I'm thinking with my South Carolina driver's license, it won't pull up any active warrants that I may occur while having some sort of like problems paying court fees and stuff. So who's stalking me with this drone? I thought DJI. Oh, hey, those drones are becoming illegal to use.
No, they're not.
They're not. They said they are, and I believe it because I'm 888 DJI film. Okay. What? Make sure you do your research because we're also like near the Cessna Boeing and stuff. I would hate for them to mistake you for anything. Okay. Yeah, but I actually go to Full Sail University to be a cinematographer, and I'd rather use a drone than a crane. And they were making DJI drones illegal to use because not their spy devices for China is one of the things that they were saying. So I'm just warning you, just so you know when to quit if you have to. Oh my God, an equinox is haunting me again. Oh my God. You know what I think? I think the car rental companies are in a chokehold just as much as I'm in, to where they have to give me these cars that need an oil change on them already so that some silver genius could beat my brain out like I blowed a head gasket in my brain for not being rich enough to take care of that shit on site. Because no, I actually was very paranoid about that. but the check oil engine light wasn't on, and that was a 2025 Kia K4. And then it was like finally on, like sometime like right after Knoxville, Tennessee. And, I started the countdown process and using the whole neutral drive thing, put little to no strain on the engine because I only passed up one Kia dealership. And I really stress to you guys not to get your oil changed at Walmart because I am living proof that there is just something expensive about that oil. It may be cheap now, but in the long run, it's going to cost you your car. It's going to wear down those 2,000, 4,000 moving parts faster. And I am living proof that in that Equinox that I had, California tag 9FBB026, that every time I got my oil changed at the Walmart, I had to leave South Carolina to go to Atlanta and further west to cool down my engine until I could get a new radiator cooling fan. And I think that when we heard all that stuff about Midas, Meineke, not really changing your oil but taking your money, like they were literally hinting us about things that would happen during a pandemic. Lord knows a pandemic happened during World War II. They aren't going to tell us that, and maybe the people that knows that won't live to tell the next generation. But I'm saying that everything that happens in life are hints of, and just anytime you're being a cheapskate, you're gonna fuck your shit up faster. I'm telling you, I am living proof that you can't be a cheapskate. I'm living proof that my Social Security money helps me do non-cheapskate things like go to the actual manufacturer dealership to get an oil change, and that whenever I needed to get an oil change in Champaign, Illinois or Atlanta, and I could only do that at the Walmart, I would go directly to get my oil changed once I was done being in the situation I was in. And so look at this. This is bad. Like, I know they're saying that they got construction going on right now, but I think that's all for show. Like I'm gonna hop over this and that, and then we never was that, okay? Because I'm gonna go ahead and put some type of metal shaped foot shoe like sole thing, because it's like those little things I got the money for, but $4,000 on a Tesla, and that was with the tax EV credit. No, I had to put $2,000 down with the tax EV credit. Like, for real. Like, I wonder how much money I'd have right now if I had not went to Florida. I think that was very necessary that I had went to Florida, because I needed to know whether or not a Full Sail University was a way for me to live somewhere brand new. And look, they caught me off guard. They just needed to see what device they act like is stolen. But yeah, Full Sail University, man. I got there in the middle of the night, and that wasn't where I could just hurry up and go on campus. If I would have stayed there and went to sleep, I felt like the cop harasses people who goes and drives through the campus. And when I got there, there was already an ambulance in front of me, but the cop made a U-turn. You guys, I didn't think about it. The cop made a U-turn, so that was like a hint that they weren't gonna bother me. And now, honestly, I shouldn't try to go back to Florida, or it's every time I go somewhere for the first time and don't stay. So I think all I have left that I've never been to is like New York. Now there's really no reason for me to go to New York until I made it. And now I think that just tells Florida that it wasn't meant for me to go to Full Sail University. And I think I know I'm right. I think a retard is someone who snitches that they need to learn. And then I also believe that a retard is someone who doesn't want to go to school. But in the long run, if I get myself put back in that predicament again, I think they'll switch me off as a Heart Springs student instead of a Full Sail University entrepreneur. So that's just how wicked confusing I think Wichita, Kansas is trying to be. They're like really trying to embrace their inner wickedness. Like, I'm literally just a wicked snitch. Like, I'm just like a silver snitch. Like I don't know why people own me. I don't know why it looked like magic is telling me that these people are trying to make a white guy act like I be trying to fight men when I can't jizz them. That's what I think magic is telling me about Wichita, is that they got the man for the plan. And me treating guys like they're not worth jizzing, they act like it's the same thing as being a guy beater. Like, and I think they think I meant to use a Range Rover on hooligans. So I think that they're trying to give me a dose of my own medicine. And I'm trying to tell you, like, it's either that or they won't let me snitch what Range Rover is. So it's just one big old wicked confusing ball of trouble. And it's like no matter how much I stay out of it, I'm always thinking of a fix. I'm always thinking of why in the fuck do I still feel like this is something genetics needs to bring to my attention that I wouldn't want to happen to me. And I might as well go up this block. I don't know. Like, I think I'm gonna cut behind and walk up Blake. So when I was a kid, this was a 4-lane road and there was no bike lane. Now there's just 1 lane on each side with 2 bike lanes, and it just ain't the same. I think the car up there turned the corner to make it look like I'm on FaceTime and not being a snitch. I think I don't want to look like I don't sit, okay? I don't want to look like I'm sitting in cars too, because that's just That's when they spring into action, is when that little bit of glance looks like I'm coming around the corner. So I know they're not going to be able to remove my online content. And in order to do that, I have to make sure that my phone is never connected to a public Wi-Fi. Yeah, why are they trying to act like a travel or someone who's gonna have trash in their video? I think they closed that little space down that I could have been hiding in before I do that. My assassin is not getting anything that clean. All I had to do was not let anybody with a nice car see what my face looked like so they could car shop my assassin that car. Then I probably just don't snitch. They were waiting all day to snitch how I'd look at this one. The law will just believe me is why I think I won't end up on the news. Oh, this is pretty. You know, when I dropped an Uber rider off one time in Rio Linda, California, somewhere in Los Angeles, I dropped them off at a car lot like they meant to buy me a way out of my Chevy Cruze. Yeah. So now I want to go check on my mom's house, just peep around the corner and see why I think she isn't answering. Because I really think my stepdad is one of those neo-Nazi chokeholds that I would have went retarded yesterday once there's no way out of jail. I think I knew all of what it took for them to think it's okay for them to do it. And I think one of the steps were to eat rice, and I didn't. So, like, I think somewhere around the world they've already made maggots crawl out of somebody's skin after they sabotaged them and put them in jail. I think it's a very, like, self-explanatory theory that the Illuminati also uses me as someone who opens up a can of whoop ass. That everything I think of, they make people know how much they hate me. So that might still be going on. That might finally be getting ready to happen to people. How to get rid of the person who manifests. Yeah, so I think I gotta worry about the Illuminati using AI to make a facial expression of the things that I say that would try to link to a way that they can make what they want to happen to stick. Here goes that bullshit again. Y'all know I don't even drink. I don't do any of these. And so there's two cameras up there. Like, I'm sure that doesn't ever pick me up with anything in my hand that's of that nature. I think they're trying to make a Silverado look like it's kissing a Ford Focus. But my mom looks like the Acadia and the GMCs there. I think they're just was gonna sabotage me while they brainwash themselves to pretend like phones don't exist. So I want to look at this house. I don't know if that's creepy close to them. I think it's for sale and not for rent anymore. Matter of fact, I thought they moved out of it because their air conditioner. Now I think the owner died, so that they had to move out and give the property up. I'm gonna not wear my shoes on the porch because that's how much respect I have. But look, let's see what Cliff's house would have looked like if me and him were a couple, and if he would have stayed here. Oh, I want to go to the back and look at the kitchen. Like Cliff, man, I saw two faces like Cliff, one in Kansas City, Missouri, and one in Champaign, Illinois. And I really can't believe that I need like a manly kind of guy and not a pretty boy. And I don't know how to explain Cliff though. But I think he was one of them orange hair, big jean booty guys with like, he liked to skateboard, and he was 42. And you could just picture white undies coming off, or his dick's big enough, with the orange like pubic hairs. So I think this ain't really gonna show the kitchen. Okay, so that's how they wanted it. I guess these rooms ain't too small. I don't know. But I think they moved a tree or two for back here. I don't know why that feels so open space now. Like at least they got rid of the branch from the pole. Me and Minnie would set up a tent here every once in a while and camp here. Like, is this what we want? But now that the house is for sale and not for rent, we'd better go back up front and grab my iPad, because I don't know how quick a motherfucker would. Just that I'd be worried about putting my fingerprints on things so they could say that I'm their retard while they move in. And then I think they painted the house black and white so that they could call murdering my whole family a prison sentence. Yeah. I think they would have knew why not to paint that black and white at least, because it kind of reminds me of White House, Washington, D.C. smart. And then they taunt you with the police colors. And then, I can't lie, Cliff was kind of like a druggie. And so when I actually started meeting him, he was on probation for paraphernalia. So I thought that was charming that a guy would go gay and stop doing drugs for someone like me. So, okay, so that was in 2019. He was 42, and in 2019, I was about 32, 33. So, Minnie found our house. Minnie, my stuff. Come on. Mom's gonna book. I mean, she's gonna let Naluk bark and find us out here. Come on, we shouldn't be over here. Think we should go, Baba? The flag is down. The Illuminati's using the train wreck brainwash sound. And I'm supposed to get a bank card. Yes, I forgot about it. It's probably not even like 10 or 12 yet. So, ooh, look at these two. Yep. Every time they try to tell me that I should take meds or something, and we wouldn't even be arguing. It's just something they're trying to bribe me to get on. I think what they try to do is make you like withdraw from the meds when you run out of state and stop taking them abruptly. Like, I think they try to use those meds to make people have a seizure for the first time, so they're not allowed to drive for a long time until that isn't like a real thing. So I hate it every time they think that people aren't on to how they do it. And then I also think that evil gained control over how that rips off Social Security. So I believe that if I want to stay on Social Security and have any hopes of finding something that a 38-year-old faggot should be allowed to do, then I need to stay away from people where I'm not really handicapped or brain dead to something more constricting where I won't be allowed to drive a car. That's how I think I'll get the Illuminati cult, is that it would be a conspiracy where a car is a man's best friend. It's a man's toy. It's their road to freedom, independence, whatever and however they want to live. So, so I went ahead and I think that I just knew it, that I was always gonna get confronted about some bullshit. So all these years, this neighborhood never has an available apartment like one of those for rent. Man, somebody's truck started up real clean, girl. I don't walk towards Blue Mazdas. The house is finna be right here. Let me guess, this pool house. So I feel like the subway Wi-Fi internet never worked. I think cars be trying to rev when I'm walking past the Mexican restaurant, so I can't say I don't eat Mexican food when you can't snitch what a Range Rover does. So moral of the story, I don't eat at McDonald's because the meds, the McDonald's meds, it makes you make do with your attitude or something. And that's kind of why I think the police will harass you at McDonald's more than any other place. Yeah, I'm a little mad. Like, when my internet slows down, why doesn't it help being close to that? I have to have 5G fast internet the whole time, but I'm only given 40 gigabytes of fast speed internet. And then it's nothing, and then I have to use my other account with the eSIM number 2 on this phone. It's a bit warm, chilly. I'm feeling the sun ray more than I'm feeling the wind breeze cooling me down. That's because I have a coat on. Minnie has her sweater. We're gonna go chug some coconut water and stuff. Because I think she's gonna get a dental deep clean, bad tooth removal for Christmas. That's what I want to do. Where she doesn't have to be put under anesthesia to do it. Just because I'm afraid of how much sugar could be in anything that we eat. Just anything. Even if it's not supposed to be in there. This whole world, they like to believe what they believe and be an outlaw and outrage the law. So I just gotta believe that there may be sugar that'll keep Minnie from coming out from the slumber of the anesthesia if I get her a little deep cleaning. So they say I could do an emergency extraction, which I'm hoping will remove the anything from the root that would cause any sharpness. Because I think I paid the traditional amount of money to do the deep cleaning under the anesthesia for that front tooth of hers to have some sort of thing grow back on her gums, and I know that's not gonna pop like a pimple. I think it's like the something in her gums from the root of the old tooth. So I was like, I thought I'd go get it dental deep cleaning professionally so stuff like that don't happen. Now I want to, contest them about it this time. I'm trying to tell Minnie, hurry up. I'm trying to guzzle some of this lemonade, y'all. I feel like there ain't gonna be no spiders or anything over here. It's been cold. They must have died off for the year. But I won't rely on that instinct. I will be making sure she doesn't walk into anything. If I don't want to do things that I think the Illuminati will do to me, but I think that Atlas Earth app got somebody to plant black widows here last year, so yeah, I don't do shit like that. I don't know why they hate me on Atlas Earth. I think that I don't globetrot, so I don't like stereotype an app where people want to enjoy that. Like, so what if that skinny and that bald guy need to get laid real quick? Like, am I wrong for this? But I keep installing and uninstalling the Pokemon Go app because I think it makes my phone warm off and on. But now that it's getting cold, that's how much I like Pokemon Go. And I should have found some Wi-Fi to download it. That way I'm not wasting megabytes turning into gigabytes. So I'm a little far away from some Wi-Fi right now. I just walked back from here in Edgemoor. Verizon would have let me. There's a Metro by T-Mobile over here, but I'm not with T-Mobile. So there's no reason in bothering them. And then Subway, I already got me a lemonade and some coconut water and food and snacks. Why do I need a cookie in Subway? And then Panda Cafe, I could probably get dumplings There's 4 for $2 or something. 4 or 8 of them for $2, y'all. One time I went in there and grabbed 10 order of those, and I was like, if they changed that because that's a steal, man. But I only did that once, y'all. And then I think I still got the dumpling sauce, and or was it the? No, it was the cabbage egg rolls. You could get 4 to 8 of them for $1 or $2, and that is so cool. Yeah. Yeah, I meant to get that Arizona chillsicle from Dollar. What is this doing kind of open now? Did I forget to close it all the way? Dude, they only need that in the video one time to... Hey, get over here. To ruin my whole life about it every night. Come here. Come here. We got to check our tent. Come on, go. We got to check our tent now. Let me go ahead and have my phone sit down. Over here. Oh! Hold up. Babe, hold on. That's really all I'm saying. We... Oh my God. The water keeps falling backwards. I gotta go all the way to the back. Hold up, Minnie. Hop! Okay, get over there. Dude, you gotta be listening, girl. Biddy just wants to act like a big girl or stay close to me. It's about to be one of those trickster wishes. It should all stop playing. Okay. 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 Hold on. Yeah. Oh. Dang. This is just bait. Bad to the bone. I guess I'm finally who Miss Money Long is. Because they is not allowed to wonder why I'm not a retard yet. I think that's what Miss Money Long means, y'all, on God. A faggot that's gonna keep dressing. Okay, so I wanted to put this up here, but I keep feeling like it amplifies the sun. Like a magnifying glass. I don't want to do that. But let me not get beat up, because that's probably not really what that meant exactly. It mean money don't run out, but I finna get the beat up for like, because you're allowed to not know it's child molestation, and then when you learn it, you have to stop. Nah, this is how I record music with this. Look how I'm a rogue, y'all. I would not snitch at sings right after the. But I will say right after that, and then, yeah. Okay, this is what I want first. And this is why I wanted to hang that up there and put my little mic like this, but let me use the grip instead of the magnet. That look ugly. So this is what I got. This is what I got. I guess this little chain link button stops the video feed and starts it again. So I'm gonna start off like this. And I'm gonna show y'all what I got. Okay, how much sugar? Okay. Come here a minute. I can give her some. I'm gonna give her a little bit of each. I think I can't give her aloe vera. 25 grams is a bit too much. I want to mix the coconut water with the body armor. So when it has some flavor in it, she won't choke. So I like to use the Bridge app to scan my receipts now. So boneless chicken tenders are for her and me, duh, but like I just don't buy food with bones in it and stuff for our safety. Pork loin. I have to eat the salad first. And I thought of eating it with the pork loin, not the chicken tenders. For some reason, I wanted to make sure I got Chinese mustard with the balsamic. And I meant to chug this before the body armor. But I'm going to go ahead and mix that in here because this chug is almost gone. And that's just how I do. I like to mix my Kool-Aid stuff. Okay. Now, that tastes good. Wait. Know when you mix lemonade at home yourself, and the trick is to boil the sugar in the water before you add it to your lemon juice? It tastes a little bit concentrate artificial after that. So the body armor already had that taste in it that I think the coconut water would have gave it, but it's okay because I need a little bit of tang. Well, you don't want tang on your butthole though, right? I just almost choked when I said that. Legend has it that you don't want your butthole to taste like durian. So if I were you, I'd make sure I don't get my ass beat. I would just not get my ass beat. I'm sorry, but every once in a while you gotta try yourselves one of those pantry snacks. Right, wasn't this a moon pie? Anything that has cherry cordials in it, though. I think I learned how to make cherries like that. Oh, I need my coat back on. That is so good. That's like all I want to eat right now. Like, I think we're really gonna have a feast. Just so I taste everything while it's extra fresh. And I just try to make whatever I buy last all day. But I want to check the receipt. Like, I gotta scan the receipt. Isn't this my Dollar General stuff? Ugh. That keeps getting to be a conversation. I think I'll put it in a zipper port. Okay, close my eyes, and when I open it, it's not more than $20. $31.51. I spent $70 in 3 days. And believe me, like, if I could save this food and proportion it, which outside is kind of like a refrigerator at night, icicles and all, and they tell you to dig your food and bury your food in the snow. But I think the pandemic is scaring everybody to use all of those lifelines. So, like, I just want one of each. And come here, babe. Get in the film. Honey, babe. I'm trying not to call her honey babe all the time because I feel like the Illuminati hurts her like she's an adult when I say that. Okay. So this is a long process. So I'm going to start off by chopping the chicken because I want to use the salad in this bowl, but I don't need to eat that whole salad bowl. I just ate one of those cherry cordial moon pies. Girl, this better not be like cutting through ice right now. Hey, hold up. Darn it, it's like cutting through ice. That goes good with the cherry cordial taste. What? I can't tell when it's frozen enough. Oh, okay. Should have some of that. There you want some of that? I think that I expected to come back to the tent, and that's how I left it open just a little, but somebody could have was just looking for camera gear. Somebody could have been checking to make sure that I was the person from last year. I don't know. Anything. I'm trying not to get hit by karma though. Oh. So they want to, but they're never gonna heal get it. Do you not understand that those hooligans are just gonna know they hate me? Or I don't know. Now that they think that they could wait 6 years of killing each other for me to say karma, hit by karma, nigga. Well, Ludacris has already done said that shit before. Hold up. Hey, come on. First of all, I'm the one with the dog, okay? I'm the pretty boy. So all of a sudden, if you got a car, you're just all of a sudden driving a weapon automatically. That's how I'm looking at it. Like I can outsmart them. I could definitely outsmart them with my private parts. But can I outsmart them with my need for driving though? Like, hold on, honey. Hey, Miss Honey, look at this. Come here. Get back over here. Come on. I said, get over here. Come on. Come on. This reminds me of some of the pork loins that be rolled up into like something with stuffing in it. Look, it really don't cost that much to feed her. And not because I don't eat much. I don't care what people say, my dog doesn't cost me too much. And even when I only have a nibble or something, I give it to her, and people could go a whole week without eating and only 2 or 3 days without water. Look, I can't even saw do this right here. We gonna try something like adding the pork sirloin to the Sally. Okay, look at him. I'm over here. It just takes forever to cut that. Now we got the grape. An idiosyncrasy that sound finished on the punchline. Okay, I only got one packet of balsamic though. Oh, with these eggs is gonna make me gas myself. Since the F word is such a manly thing to say. I think I got the Chinese mustard to deal with. Toss the seal. Okay, let me get into that. Why did they call it tossing salad? I'm gonna put some chips on my salad. I don't want to because many might have to have that salad as a last resort. And she'll eat some salad. We'll eat salad, will we? I think Dylan's is thinking about ditching their name to make people happy, disgusting me, so I'll never be an Ariana Grande. Who got to lose her Mac Miller. I'm gonna get your air over here. Them great tomatoes be touching the soul. This is Wichita, Kansas. That's fake noises. I already make myself look stupid acting out like I never want to be rich. That shit ain't no war. This is Wichita, Kansas in the United States of America. There is not already a war inside our country. Although I think it's a civil war, though. Is that what a civil war is? Not only are the grape tomatoes good, the red bell peppers. I want to put some of those in here. Her and the pork swan. Get over here. Come on. I need you on the top part of this blanket. That way nothing can thwink you. Know what I mean? You don't want to be thwinked. It might feel like it hit the funny part. Oh, this is definitely a wonderful brunch, but really I'm eating it for lunch and dinner. Hopefully my mom and my stepdad forgot what I think meds are for. And I could just forget about that backyard thing I was gonna have. Man, get over here. Wait, we don't. This is what you want, a little piece of egg though? Come here. Come on. Come on. Why do you want to stand on that? I know how the body works. We crave the nutrients we need. I'm not gonna act like you don't want a boiled egg. Now I feel like if I eat anymore, it would just be for the comfort. And to tidy up. Tidy up. Ah! Blue cheese. Oh, it's not blue cheese chunks. It was blue cheese dressing. Yay. That means that I'm gonna enjoy this. When in the tarnation. Okay, hold up. My secret weapon, coconut water. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Is this hardcore nut cracking over here? Candid camera. Where you at, fool? Ah, it's a bird. Ew, I don't want to look at those paddles. What? Oh, I'd do that real quick, but save that for another day. Another time. The ads are working right now. Oh. Oh, I didn't have those high enough. Are you serious? Whatever is clear now. Have a But yeah, whether or not that made it easy for me right here. Cleared it. I cleared it. Alright, can I get a commercial break real quick? Who asked for that? I like the little theme song to do one out of all of those little Candy Crush games. Oops, I meant to do the red up top. but maybe not. I want to be stiffed of the commercial ads. Let me see if my points are even climbing, though. I'm about to force an ad. Okay, break. Yeah. Psych! What? Draw my stylist back out for the Y'all, does that give y'all Greyhound look? Yeah. Whoops, you can still do that, but no.
Come on now, be nice to me. Uh-oh, row forced to start. Oh, 1,000 times 2? Nice, I needed that. Come on now, be nice to me. Uh-oh, row forced to start. Oh, 1,000 times 2? Nice, I needed that. It's a baby fish right there. Amazon Flex. Download today and get started.
To keep the honeyness warm. Okay. Okay. Here go this. You know the addiction. Man, I've been to learn how to draw graphics in a minute. This taking so long. Try to spin that wheel. Whoa, that was close. What you looking for?
Amazon Flex. Download today and get started. Wait for it to skyrocket. No! The houses have collapsed in a snowstorm. Liquor prices drop even further. Check. So high, the residents are leaving. They can't keep the city running anymore.
We need to make this braid together.
Amazon Flex.
I'm trying to hurry up and get to spin the wheel one time. Hopefully I get a dollar because that's just a big $4 real quick on top of what I make. If I get 5 diamonds, I might skip the ads if I can, because this will be just fine. Like, let me get the ball rolling, man. Like, Since I never use my lifelines and stuff, I figured it just makes things more comfortable. Then I just get started here. The purple flowers is hard to... come up with. Damn. Trigonometry right there. Okay, just come up with some. So I got half of those to go. Okay, let me head that. Can this air hurry up? What's up? Oh, yeah. Probably one of those. It's one of those apps where I shouldn't take money from out of the country, out of theirs. I'm gonna exit out of this whole thing real quick. That'd take it too long. Bitty, you go want some water here. They think I don't know how to heat or something. Ooh. That what that air did to me. I'm about to have me some pork soiling salad to cook with food. My objective is to reach a goal on camera right now. Now the train wreck didn't know what just not on my man's face. They think they show it out. Ooh, I hate it when motherfuckers think they show it out. They ain't even just because it's a child molester of me. This power. Here we go. Diamond, diamond, David, diamond, 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 money. That ain't much compared to what I'd earn without the. So I was hoping I got those 5 diamonds because I'd get $4.34 on top of everything else that I'd make. See if I could beat one more quick level dude. Meister. Okay. Aha. Okay. 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 Now get over here already, honey. Come on. Hurry up. Get over here.
Amazon Flex.
I don't want one of those oops
Download today and
faces
get
that
started.
Lucky made 2 years ago ish. It was just yesterday the trio from the Mio was here. I mean, of moms. Mmm. 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 Cool. Okay. I dare you to say it. I look like Miss Trunchbull, don't I? Shot put hammer throw. And I put all my sweat and blood into this cake that you will eat. Nope. Jigaboo, please. I think I can make lemonade from this. And I think the Witch Brew evidence flowchart hooligans scooped my poo probably to put it somewhere that I'm convincing to act like somewhere I'm always at. I'm finna try something ridiculously new. So tuna pasta like this, cause that's already fully cooked and so we didn't have to do the can. We didn't have to do the can. When Minnie and I get this $200 blow up tent with the furnace to go with it, we do want to decorate this for our next chapter on YouTube. Okay, look at all this. We was buying furniture too. They had a bunch of lawn stuff right here. Yeah, I'm gonna be a cheapskate. Go to Jabara's carpet. Yeah, that gonna be the living room. Or maybe the vinyl is just $20 to fill up every square inch of a 4x8 plywood camper. Y'all, I ain't doing that again. We gonna save up. We gonna do like a real RV camper. And I think the price went up because when I had got approved for it, it was like $11,999, $12,999. Then it went down to $9,999. Now I think the kind that I'm looking for without the motor is like $13,999. And this is all like Camping World, but hey, I don't think it's gonna be worth it to miss the EcoFlow Wave 3 on Black Friday either. I'm already seeing on the internet you can get the unit for $500 and the battery would cost $4, but I'm gonna do the furnace first, the induction stove, and the power generator, and then I'm sure by spring I'll have enough money to get the RV camper and the Tesla, and I'm hoping that the EV tax credit will still be a thing, because that's like 4,000. Nigga, unwanted guest. Like, what is this? Yeah, at first, these taste like the caramel apple and sour. I couldn't even tell you what time that was last night, but somebody drove through with a bouncy truck. And I'm just hitting away. Ain't nothing you can drive over here. And I'm living my best life. And oops, that trash was from last year when somebody just picked up my mother plywood camper and was gone, girl. It was like one of them hooligans just ain't letting me live for free, you know. So when I get that $200 blow up camper, matter of fact, that was a rude awakening last night. That's it. That it camps again, nigga, and it haunts again, nigga. So I'm fitting up, you know, find a designated camping area where motherfuckers really ain't supposed to be, because they, you know, this is like behind the food stamp office too and shit. And like, where does these mothers go when they be, you know, like, I be feeling like they drive past here to drop in a wreck me in the field. I swear to God. They how I feel. Yeah, I do have to say that fully cooked hot dog out of the package is really good. See that little red letters right there? It say fully cooked. Yeah. This shit is definitely better than bologna sandwiches. You gotta make sure that you find the fully cooked in fine print before you do shit like this. And I already wouldn't eat the ones with the cheddar cheese in it. Okay, honey, that's the bread. Yep, yeah, it's starting to get cold. I'm talking about frostbite. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, whatever rode through that field, that usually is around the time somebody vandalizes my stuff. So I told myself yesterday just to lay very low. I really do got my food stamps and everything, and I could go a day without exposing myself at the Dollar Gen or Kroger. And I don't think it's because I just didn't go to Dealings to get more better and appropriate food. But this time I think I want some Doritos and spicy guacamole for myself. Although when I bought there, it was on clearance for $2, and then I bought me a small snack-sized chips and didn't realize that was one of my favorite snacks. Like now, if I want to eat there, I'm either waiting for the clearance guacamole again, or it's $4 for one of those. But yeah, I think I found a cheap tuna mac version. This was literally $2. $2 is some change. I don't give a girl. I was like, I could make my own tuna or not. So these really have a little snack size celery in there, as you can see. And then this is supposedly already fully cooked in fine print and soft and cold. So yeah, what do you call that? Tuna mac. Okay. Don't get me started on chewy mac, girl, because I don't know how to make that right now. Okay. But Minnie, what you know how to make? Your bed? Come on, girl. Come on. Ugh. Yeah.
Fortunately, its power system is still functioning. I cleaned up the plant cultivation module and the scattered cannons. Next, I can enjoy my tuna can. This space shuttle can be used as a shelter. Its bedrooms were too dirty, so I cleaned them up. Now I can go to sleep and have a sweet dream.
Now I want to be walking behind the semi truck when I ask them about the Tesla. Yeah. I gotta walk all the way down here to Ridgewood and walk all the way up Edgemore because it's just how much they wanted me to be a retard. And I try not to, be mad at people, but sometimes it really seems like genetics is there to kind of like that's what they would have done in the first place. So I kind of try not to hate people because of genetics at all. But I know right from wrong, and the truth of the matter is I won't tell too many people in Wichita that I'm basically free to do whatever I want in any other state. I'm just too embarrassed to start over or be a bum or be up to my neck working for Uber because I just like the way I used to make money. So it's kind of hard to be able to just enjoy food, enjoy gas, and sleep in my car, and eat, and like not even pay for hotel rooms or anything. And it just really seems like people really low key ain't gonna do more than let you find your financial pardon out of like this whole like pandemic virus thing going on. So yeah, we're walking. So now another semi truck goes that way. It's very funny, y'all. I mean, like, I know I've been yelping for over 16, 13 years. And, yeah, they make it seem like that's how to believe them. But at the end of the day, there's really still criminal activity going on. And that's not what to do. So I wasn't literally born a retard from a fetus, as if they knew what type of person I'd become. So, very thankful for that. I think I dried myself, split my lip, and that particular area takes a long time. A fever blister is what I think I got. Like, it could still be all the fizz is when y'all saw how funny that is. So I think that they might have the GPS looking like a train wreck right after I just didn't actually put a application on that particular one. He said it was a sport upgrade, which made that a $30,000 car, but the dual motor means it's all-wheel drive and long range. So I am not looking for a 2021. I'm actually looking for a 2018 to be at about 16,000. I mean, it really is just that I just need an EV that has camping mode on it, because when I was in the Chevy Bolt, it really didn't use any of the main battery power supply to supply air or heat in the cabin. The only thing about a Chevy Bolt is that the Chevy Bolt EUV cuts off before the whole entire night is over with. So when you're in a Tesla and you're doing camp mode, it's gonna be air or heat until you wake up, and I'm really telling you, you'll have 600 miles of range and wake up with still about 492 on there, and that is completely and officially and only like the coolest reason to own an EV is if something's going on and you feel a little tired or dizzy. It is just fun to sleep at your car for whatever reason, because it may be why I'm not rich, but I really don't want to be one of those people who blow all their money on those fancy things. I know that that's what people want to see. Well, great. You get to see it with Paris Hilton and you get to see it with Kim Kardashian. But if I'm only gonna be worth $65 million to all the way to 100 years old and my death, and I can at least still keep my bank account at 65 million, then I'm gonna be focusing that money more on people and just how I can have an exciting adventure that never stops, because otherwise I'd be getting a hotel room just to take a shower in, and that's cool. Or do laundry in, that's cool, but I feel like are people gonna be on my level? Because you look at Tober's camping and, you know, he's showing off his gadgets, what he does, how he cooks, and, oh, by the way, a bean and cheese burrito is very heartwarming. But let's say that I've seen that you could almost have any budget you want on the road as long as you are the kind of person that knows how to stay away from potholes, getting a flat tire, a dent in your car, avoiding road rage, and especially avoid waking up with vandalism on your car or something. And I was scared of this before that was a real thing for people to start bragging about. But I think I just haven't really gotten to do all I wanted to do in a Tesla. It's kind of like the Chevy Bolt EUV a couple of times was really the only main thing. And that wasn't fun. It was fun not to get stuck in the mud in Missouri on my way to Lake of Ozark and back to Georgia. But I had a sudden heart change my mind and I dropped the rental off in Kansas. And then that wasn't even the part that kept me from renting in Avis again. It's kind of kept the car for maybe one more day than the extra week because I wanted to personally drop it off at Georgia while I had the money to leave Atlanta. And so I think I could use the loophole in the system to grab my Kansas driver's license to be allowed to rent an Avis rental. But I think the only thing I don't want to do is the Ford Mustang EUV, Mach-E, whatever. That whole Ford thing is probably the only thing the Illuminati thought that I do in order for them to make my assassin look good. So, long story short, again, I think my assassin is a cop impersonator, and they're just like some sort of meth head chokehold. And I believe those meth heads think they know how complicated faggots are. And so when I tell you I don't know the first thing there is about drugs, I'm telling the truth. That these chokeholds could just be anyone in a public place and they'll drop you into a retard with their lethal fist, and next thing you know, they have some fake explanation about how you're their HeartSpring student. So I think that me working at HeartSpring back in 2006 and 07 was kind of like a glimpse of what not to do for people not to go to HeartSpring. So that is like, I don't know if my assassin knows they're in Wichita, Kansas, because they're on the verge of being like the ones that neo-Nazis are going to go to HeartSpring to be a retort. I always thought that I've been the kind of person that ain't supposed to live in Wichita. I don't have to live here. But I don't think I'm being lazy, but my Social Security basically pays me $1,000 a month to wicked fuss with these financial, what do you call it? It's financial challenges. It's like financially challenging. I think I know me better than others, and I don't feel like delivering, or working in the kitchens, specifically handling and cooking food is not my forte. Not anything that I should be obligated to do. And it's not like I'm gonna ever work somewhere like T-Mobile or Protection One. So, yeah, Uber seems like a job that I would never lose, no matter how many people have tried, which were very seldom people, by the way, but I've always managed to explain myself without hesitation because I'm telling the truth, and then it's nothing but a G thing, and then I'll take a long break from Uber to clear my acceptance rate and my cancel rate, and that just makes me as good as no harm. So I just saw a Tesla drive past that Ford Escape with the same color as the Ford Escape, and I think the Illuminati thinks they're supposed to know their assignment is to see how someone in a Tesla would escape Wichita, Kansas, 67218. If they were to sashay away as if nothing is stopping them. Babe, let's go. You take so long to snooze. Now I think the idea is to cut through here and all the way up there, because I don't think I want pictures of me walking past that, because I am nobody's retard. I am nobody's passenger. I'm nobody's roommate. I'm nobody's businessman. I owe nobody nothing, okay? So I know how they work, and I think they're relying on people to have their footage together to come up with an alibi, because I know damn well I wasn't, and I'm not always already a retard. So, Minnie, can you hurry up, though? Can you get over there? We're done. We're done, because we're not supposed to be trying to get TV on the sidewalk. Anyway, okay. So, I'm like debating what I want to get. I'm craving the shrimp cocktail sauce with cold shrimp. I'm craving something that I can put on bread, like rotisserie chicken. I still want Doritos with the guacamole dip. It's just that I might need 2 snack-sized bag of chips, but I might as well get the big party size. Oh, looks like they be littering. Oh, look like they be littering. Oh, look like they be littering, girl. Up, 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 up. Up. What the hell? Oh, hell no. And y'all know I ain't walking through that, right? Yeah. Damn. Yeah, so I think that's premeditated slaughter, what they doing. And if I say I never want to be in a bar, I don't need any of that. I don't even need pub food. Like, that's when a retarded snitch has to fuss through an even tighter Illuminati group. The kind that makes Ford Explorers haunt you as if as if your assassin is a good deed to the community, and that's a wonk. Nigga. Crackheads will never emphasize how much they mean to the world, and that's definitely on my life. Yeah, I just think the idea is to stay away from anybody named Brandon. Any white dudes, just stay away from Baldy. Cause they plot how they make you go brain dead on Range Rover. There's always a Range Rover here at Dillon's. Now I think the idea is not to cross the street on a laundry basket. None of that, nigga. I think the idea is if it's old enough to drive, it's old enough to be punched into a retard. Y'all, they might be trying to relive 2019 as if I was never as lucky as I am today in 2025. That is probably the mocking Chevy Cruze GPS or everything. I think the idea would have just been that that's how they cover up how much I've snitched in the last 6 years. That's how much they try to erase. Then it would kind of tell you how important everything I've said in the last 6 years is compared to 16 years ago. So Minnie and I went into the Verizon Wireless to check my credit to see if I can get me a Verizon phone again real fast. It turns out I owe them $946.55 from 2023 when I had the Equinox. I had an iPhone 12 mini. So I told them, look, I think I'm gonna have that paid by March unless I could take a hard hit and be out of money all in for 1 month, because I'm already doing that right now because of the 2025 Kia K4 rental that luckily I have 9 hours of footage for that. Now it wasn't on the way to Florida, but it was kind of on the hit and miss when I decided that Florida has too many nuclear power plants that I feel like interfere with the way I want to live with my dogs. So yeah, I think it's an Illuminati excuse to make that 200 times more of an issue than it really was. And it's hard to explain those if you don't just throw them in a Range Rover and torture them with majority rules. So when I was checking my credit, I think the Illuminati in here in Wichita, Kansas, 67218, picked up after the other night where there was some high-speed chase with the white Hyundai Sonata over by the old apartment complex called Holly Park. And I think that's where it ended, over there in front of the liquor store. And I told y'all I think they were trying to make somebody look like a drunk monkey too. So I will, you know, I think the siren stopped as soon as I snitched what it was. So I think I'll be alright. Yeah, get your ass over here. With that year F-150 from 2012 that Nick Muller had. Okay, so I just think everything happens for a reason, and they're always trying to molest me into a boy. That's pretty much it. They wish they could use Range Rover to shrink me into a 3-foot tall boy, but I think they do or don't even know that much. So now I think the hooligan Illuminati wants to start revving their cars every time I'm digging into my bag so they could try to erase how this is my stuff, okay? So I'm with Boost Mobile. I think I'm trying to get back onto Verizon because once that 5G internet slows down, I literally get nothing, and I'm like, those paid game apps kind of like, they rely on the ads. When I use the small games to make money to pay for the big ones to earn the big time money, sometimes you do gotta put money into it, and that's how I do it. But yeah, I'm tired of doing these things where I'm getting a separate Boost Mobile phone number for $10 for the first month, and then it's $25. Like if it was just what it was, $25 a month, and I can forget about that line once I'm done using it for the 50 gigs of data, then that would be okay, but I feel like that's not right for me to do. And what Boost Mobile's trying to do is get you to hurry up and pay off your phone. Then you have an iPhone, nice phone, and you can go wherever you want with your phone after that. But like, I'm already not gonna get the Note Ultra 26S yet because they said that don't get released until March. So, like, I'm wondering, is it gonna be like 300 megapixel, 400 megapixel, 500 megapixel back in 20... '13, the Hasselblad was a $50,000 200 megapixel DSLR. So I'm the type of person that like to crop angles out with one camera, and that's where you want your megapixels. More than you want the lens, the sensor, I think the megapixels will do it. That's how you can crop wherever you want in the same thing and make it feel like a whole different frame, angle. Yeah. I think them semi-trucks be trying to brainwash people into watching them put on their seatbelt. So this is the first day I'm showing off that I use my external hard drive to do all my editing with. So y'all be on the lookout. Mini is completely healthy, and I think it would be something that makes me sell my phone to help Mini go through a vet visit where we ain't even gotta do that. It's just hocus pocus. In Witch Brew Evidence, Flowchart Hooligan, Wichita, Kansas, zip code 67218. Uh-oh, what is this even doing on the whole time? I was gonna use this to polish up some of my little video. It might be 9 hours long itself because it's probably took me the whole 256 gigs of my storage. Yeah. Honey bun. Yeah, all that. Niggas don't be having pictures like this, do they? Oh well. They do because of us.